So comfortable, and no one seems to hold me like you do. You're so wonderful. A star could never shine as bright as you. Shine as bright as you.
Hello, welcome to Monday Night Sprints. Very much hoping that I don't lose internet because it's gonna start raining, but I haven't gotten the StreamYard notice yet.
Good.
If not, we're just all screwed, but it's fine. Hi, welcome. We are here with some lovely friends because we're all reading Dune together. You don't have to be reading Dune with us, but we just all figured we would kick it off with reading Dune together because we all needed the motivation. It's really the only reason we're doing the buddy read is because we wouldn't have read it on our own.
It's true.
I would have. Just maybe not this.
Koda would have.
Yeah. Koda's the exception, not the rule in this group.
It's true. Truly. But welcome. We do have some new friends. Koda I don't think you've been on my channel before.
No.
So welcome. So if you want to go around, we'll start with Leandra. Go around, introduce yourself. Some of you are regulars, some of you are new. But Leandra, you want to start?
Sure. I am Leandra, the TBR0. I've been very lucky to be on Bree Sprints before, so I'm sure some of you have seen me. I am also going to be doing Dune. I have the audiobook. I've got the weird movie cover one, which is just, it always startles me when I see Timothée Chalamet. I'm like, whoa, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, he's an actor in this book movie. So I'm 5% in. And it's a very sad number to look at, but I have been listening to it for an hour. So, it's just
a very long book.
That's what it is.
That's kind of one of the reasons why I'm glad Audible doesn't do percentages, because I feel like I would actually be disappointed.
Yeah, every time I look, I'm like, oh, I was 4%. Okay, it's been a while. Oh, 5%. Okay, I have one more percent of the book. Cool. So I'm I got to stop looking at it. So yeah, and then I have been actually once in a while I'll be checking in with the archive. I've got the Internet Archive up, and they let you download per hour. Sometimes so I have the Dune version on that. I think they scan it and then you can just borrow it for an hour. And if someone else isn't wanting it, which I don't know why someone would want it, as far as being oh, this is the time I want to do it online when there's so many other options. So I'll just keep refreshing it and see if I want to immersive. But I've been fine with the audio. I got nervous, but I'm oh, this is actually maybe.
I'm very much enjoying the audiobook of it because it kind of feels like a full cast radio drama almost.
Yeah, I feel the movie's happening, but I'm just in another room doing stuff. Yeah,
but one of the characters I swear is could do voice acting for James Earl Jones because he sounds like Mufasa.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I've got it. Yeah.
Yeah. I was wait a minute, what is he in the I checked the narrators. I was didn't know he did audiobook.
Yeah, what? But yeah, I'm sure a lot of you guys I think all of you are further than I am at the moment. So I'm going to play some catch up tonight.
That's all good. That's all
I'm
good.
only on page 45, chapter 4.
That makes me feel
I haven't started yet. Because
okay.
you were reading while I was sleeping.
Oh, yeah,
It's true. We were reading while Nicole was
Yes. Brittany, welcome.
Hello, I'm Brittany from Brittany Lives Reading. I've been here many times. So, hi. I do the booky things on the internet on my channel. That's what I do. I'm reading Dune. I'm 11% in to Dune. And I'm having a good time actually. Although I feel it's weird that I'm breaking up this chunky book with this chunky book. This is a choice, everyone.
Is that Great Hunt?
Yes. These are my only 2 current reads for the next 4 days. This is what I'm working on, everyone.
I'm so glad that you have so many sprints happening over the next couple of days.
Real good thing. I'm sprinting a lot this week because
you might need to add Wednesday day sprints.
Y'all. Why?
Yeah, who knew we'd need sprint miss this early again?
This week, just to get through these.
Just to get through these books.
It's fine.
Nicole, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I think it's my second time here, maybe first. I'm
Yeah,
not too
I think
sure.
you just rented with us at least during Get a Clue.
Yes, I think we did.
Yeah.
Yes. So I am also reading Dune, and I have
Ooh,
a
your cover
completely
is cool.
completely
love
different
your
cover
cover.
because we
Yeah.
get a lot of UK covers. So
That's cool.
yeah,
jealous
so
of
it's completely different, and it doesn't look as chunky or as intimidating, which is great. So I'm feeling pretty good about my choice of book, and I have yet
But
to
what
start.
does the font
so-
look like?
I feel like UK publishers, they like smaller fonts and smaller margins.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's
not
tiny.
Not
terrible.
too bad.
Yeah,
Mine
it's
are
not too
pretty
bad.
big.
But like I'm going to have to break the spine on this one because they've printed right into the center of the
Oh,
book.
yeah.
So yeah.
Are you also doing it on audio, or are you going to physically read it?
Yes, I wasn't going to, but I got a $20 voucher today from
nice.
Audible. So I'm like, yes, it came through. So that's what I'm going to do in the first sprint. Get that all sorted. Yeah.
Very nice. And Koda, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm Koda, and my channel name is Your BookTube Bestie, but I don't have any content. Feel free to subscribe to me anyways. One day I will.
We'll one day have plans and book content. We've already decided this for him.
All of my links are over there. So Instagram, Goodreads, Storygraph. And I do a lot of reading with friends. What I do is networking, right? So I have a lot of buddy reads going on, and 1 out of 3 of them is Dune.
Very nice. Very nice. And everyone is linked down below. So if you're for some reason not subscribed to any of these great people, you should totally be. But anyways, we have a bunch of people hanging out with us tonight. Hello, Caitlin. Hello, Ro. Hello. I'm gonna go through these a little bit fast because there's a lot of people here. Listening to Forget Me Not and physically reading God Killer and Assistant to the Villain. There's so many good books happening there. I actually just bought God Killer. It's on my way to me. I was like, the funny thing is I actually ordered it the morning before your video went live. I found it super cheap on Pango, and then your video came out, and I was like, yes, good choice.
Perfect. I knew.
I have like a project in mind, and it might be Realmathon because it's an animal on the cover.
Ooh, yes.
So team creation. But also Forget Me Not was a very good romance. I'm going to focus on Assistant to the Villain tonight. Nice. Hello. Switching between watching My Hero Academia and reading Forged by Magic. Nice. Reading 10 Dance, a steamy gay ballroom romance manga, rivals to lovers. That's adorable. We love that. Hello, reading A River Enchanted tonight. There's a bunch of people. Is there a buddy read for this?
It's the ultimate buddy read for Battle of the Girl Bands.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I was like, the other day, I was like, there's so many people reading this book this week.
Like, what's happening?
Rainey
Something
wanted to
must
read it and made everyone read it.
Important.
Mhm.
Listen, if you're gonna put all of the work into the readathon, you should at least be able to make people read a certain book.
100%.
Hello, reading an arc that comes out next week called After Annie. Nice. Hello. Need these friends to get me back in the reading group tonight. I feel like I've been a little bit out of it this week because I stopped doing Gente's Inferno last week because my mental health was really bad. And then I just stopped reading. I still have one more book for a video that's coming out on Saturday.
It's fine.
Yeah. I'm like the opposite. All I do is read. I don't do anything productive.
Yeah,
I don't do anything productive either.
Damn.
I could clean the house, or I could read.
Am
more.
I 3 seasons into How to Get Away with Murder? Yes, I am.
Put that on your resume. Oh yeah.
Hello, reading Dead of Winter. It's my first Darcy Coates. Lexi, this is not her best one. So don't judge Darcy based on this book.
Good, please.
This is more of like Darcy's like thriller side, and I don't think that she's as good in that realm. But if you like this, I have recommendations because there's similar books. Reading All Roads Lead Here. Very nice. I need to read this one. Reading The Lily of Ludgate Hill, 62% of the way through. Nice. Hello, Tina. Reading The Ranch by Danielle Steele and Murder on Cape Cod. Fun. You're reading At First Sight. Is it not just so wonderful? I mean, I love Olivia Dade books, but this one is my favorite of hers.
I mean, the last time I heard you talk about a book, it was the book that you love that cannot be named.
The Soccer Gaze.
Yep.
Hello, Katie. Finishing up, I Feed Her to the Beast, and the Beast is Me. Only have the epilogue left. Then we'll be starting Dune. Yes, we love to see it. Excuse me. Hello, reading Trust of the Emerald Sea. Don't have the audio, and I feel like it's taking me forever to read. That book took me forever, even with the audio, even though it's only 300 pages. So I understand. But if you have Hoopla, it is on Hoopla. If you do want the audiobook. Back from Family Day activities. Reading, I forget the title. What is the title of that one? Into the Woodlands.
I can think of the cover, but not the
I
title.
can think of the cover.
The cover's gorgeous.
All of them are.
Gone.
I think it's Into the Woodlands, but that might also be book 3. Hello, we'll be reading Powerless tonight. Very nice. Currently joining Dune, only 2% in. That's okay. You're right with us. Hello. Currently working on some TBR stuff that I'm going to be reading. Yay. It is TBR season, isn't it? I'm going to have to film my TBR in the middle of 72 hours. So that's fun. I have Dune in audio and ebook. Somewhere or other the physical book. Time to read it. You got this. Attempting to finish my book. I've got a little less than 50 pages left. You can totally do that today. Started today. Starts right now.
You are at the moment.
You are at the moment. Also, in the first sprint, I'll put the Discord link. It's in the comments of this video, but I'll also put it in the chat. If anybody wants it, if they want to hang out in the Discord and chat about it. Reading King of Wrath tonight. Nice. Hello. 27% of Enchanted River. So far, I'm enjoying it. Nice. Did you feel the need for a big challenge? Maybe she's secretly doing a video project.
I feel like I'm the one who did this because I put these both on 24 and 24, and everyone was like, "Are you okay?"
You're also the one that started these buddy reads.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. Actually, no, the Dune was Koda. I put it on my 24 and 24, and Koda messaged me and went, "If you do it, I will do it with you."
There you go.
And I went, okay.
Yeah.
Brittany just forgot. Brittany was like, oh, February has 29 days this year? That means it has so many days.
I can read so many thick books. It's
so
fine.
many more things, even though it's still the shortest month of the year.
Fine, everyone.
Hello. Yeah, I don't even know how it started. It started as a buddy read, and then it became so much.
I wanted to read it before part 2 of the movie comes out because part 2 of the movie is actually based on the second half of the first book. So
true.
I couldn't remember. Also, I need to rewatch the first part.
I do
of the movie.
too.
And then, we're going to be done on time. So I'm going to go to the theater and see part 2.
Yeah, because what is it? The 8th, right? Is when
I
it
think
comes
it's
out,
the first.
or is it the first? Oh, it is the
Yeah,
first.
it's the first.
Okay, we'll still be done. We'll be done in time.
Yeah, we'll be done. It's fine.
This is why we're doing it in 4 days.
100%.
Hello, reading One Dark Window, reading with my eyeballs and having time to getting used to the writing style. Only on chapter 3. Very nice. Hello, welcome. Reading Don't Forget to Write. I'm hoping it gets better, but I'll power through. Oh no. Listen, life is too short to read bad books. Based on all the recent talk about God Killer, I think I'm gonna pick it up. It's funny because when I feel like when it first came out, there were some people talking about it, but nothing was positive about it. And so that's why I put it off and I didn't pick it up upon release. But then now everyone's loving it. So I don't know. I'm excited about it. I feel like it's gonna be a me book. I'll be working on A Serpent in the Wings of Night. Very nice. Hello. Probably fold laundry during the chatty bits. That's a good way to break up that terrible task. Then switch between reading and writing during the sprints. Very nice. Yeah, doing it in small chunks is the way to go. Listening to, yep, this one, A Court of Wings and Ruin. I can never remember what the titles of these books are.
They all blend together now. There's so many.
There's
and
so
they're all
many
the
of them,
same.
and they're basically all the same title.
I just go that book.
Yeah, that one.
or I look to my co-host and go, anybody?
Provide a dramatic pause. Does anyone want to jump in?
Nicole just quizzing her co-host. She knows.
I just think
who
it's
knows it.
whenever I see a like acronym, and it can be something that I see all the time. My mind just like buffers for a second. Does the same thing for like Taylor Swift songs, the long ones that like end up getting squished into acronyms, and I'm like, oh, all too well 10-minute version, yeah.
I did that the other day with Koda. He put the acronym for the color purple, and I'm looking at it and I looked at it for like a good 3 or 4 seconds. I'm like, I got no idea what that is. And then I went to sprint, and then I've typed, I'm like, duh, the color purple.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my god,
It's like a little mini buffer.
One time we were talking about the love hypothesis, and someone put the acronym for the love hypothesis, and all three of us were sitting here, Kelsey and Amy and me, going, "What?"
Yep.
We were just talking about
Well,
it.
because like I feel like some like ACOTAR, like those have always been acronymed. Yeah. But then like love hypothesis definitely is not one that normally gets acronymed.
Like LH?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who
it was TLH. And I was like, we were all looking at it like,
which like it makes sense because it's a long thing to spell out and whatever, especially when YouTube only gives you like a certain amount of characters. Mm-hmm. But like it takes you a minute.
It's like the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But don't spell it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't read it. It's fine.
I gave it 3 stars when I read it, but like that was like mid-COVID, so like I don't trust myself.
Dude, I was a different person.
Literally. If it was like before 2021, 2022, like don't trust those ratings.
Everything's good when you're dying.
Well, that and also like I just don't like. I think back then I was still like early in my. I had the channel for like 2 years at the time, but I was still like just at the point of like starting to grow, and I was like, I don't want to piss anybody off.
Yeah.
Like I remember giving The Hating Game 5 stars because everybody else was talking about it when it first came out. But then I read it much later. Like I reread it when the movie came out, and I was like, "This book is horrible." What?
Like, what was I doing? Like I was scared.
I was scared. Hyperfixations took over. I haven't finished a book in weeks. Relatable. It happens. Hello, Amel. Have a stack of books, could be reading, but I'm just reading a few volumes of Cherry Magic in between scrolling TikTok. Also, a mood. I've been on TikTok way too much. I'll be doing a bit of writing, bit of journal catch up. Not sure if I'm going to be starting Bunny by Mona Awad or continue with The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Those are both great options. I mean, I haven't read Bunny, but Bunny scares me because people either give it 5 stars or 1 star.
Yeah, I think I gave it 3 stars when I read it a few years ago. Mm-hmm. Like it was a fun premise. I think for me it was tough because it's set in college, so it felt very almost like new adult, but maybe young adult. There were some kind of elements where I think the writing style was weird, but I like the connection to the author's like backstory. Like if you're into that kind of thing, it's very fun to watch her like criticize her own university experience. Yeah, I
definitely want to try her books because like they get a lot of praise, and like I know her newest one has gotten quite a bit of
Rouge, I think it's called. Yeah.
Having a great time with Dead of Winter. Ooh, nice. Read 10% while at work. Would have read more if my dog didn't need me so much. That's relatable. If you like her thriller stuff, then Hunted is her other like thriller-y one. That I think was like along the same. It's a very different premise, but like her more. It doesn't have like spooky things. It's the people being shitty, not the ghost. Also need to edit my TBR for Roll of a Reads. Nice. Can't participate in 72 hours this time. Going to a work conference this weekend. That sounds fun, though. Hello, Rainy. Hello. Currently at 55% through this deep sky. Very nice. Switching between Magnolia Parks and A River Enchanted. Very nice. As much as I get FOMO, I will never read two. That's fair. That's fair. Also skipping work tomorrow because I feel pretty sick. Oh no, but didn't get to rest today with the kids home and hubby at work. Oh no, that's not fun. Certain boy not listening to his mother. I wonder who that could be. Ro is in. Yay.
I'm actually shocked at how many people are reading this with us.
I know, right? I think it's just because it's such a daunting book that you're like, well, let's read it with friends.
Yeah, this is my one shot. Like, I'm like, this is my only chance.
Because, like, honestly, I don't think I would pick this up on my own.
No, I definitely.
And we all know how I feel about sci-fi, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's true.
We're reading When the Tiger Came Down the Mountain. Wait, weren't you just reading this, Brittany? No,
I haven't read this. I read The Tiger's Wife, which is Neanderthal.
Very different title.
Close.
It had a tiger in it.
We're both tiger related, you know? It's fine.
You can tell how present I have been over the past week.
Honestly, I can never remember what I'm reading, let alone what everybody else is reading. So, like, I don't expect you to remember what I've read. That's fair. Possible.
And when I saw the tiger comment come in, I was like, Tiger's Wife. And I'm like, oh, nope, different tiger.
Different tiger.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Starting The Secret Garden. Ooh, that is a classic.
That's a goodie.
It is. Politically probably doesn't hold up very well anymore.
No, I mean, none of them really do.
No,
let's face it.
Kind of go, well, that's of its time.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I will not ever do like a reading books from my childhood kind of. Because I tried to read one of the Boxcar Children books, and dear God, that woman is racist.
Oh no.
Reading If the Shoe Fits by Julie Murphy. I love that book. Ballad is 3-star worthy. I skipped part 3. Probably why it was 3-star worthy, because part 3 is like the worst part.
Yeah, I DNF'd this halfway.
Part 3 is when she goes, hey, we should give him a love interest. Today's reads, listen to A Curious Beginnings while at work. And now that I'm home, I'm reading Ruthless Vows, about 50% in. Very nice. Gave 3 stars to Daisy Jones early in my life of YouTube channel, and I was there for the controversy. That's fair. If I hadn't have read that one on audio, it would have been a 3-star. Because that book, like, the audio makes it.
The audio makes that book for sure.
Because I had it as an arc, and I was like, I'd like literally read Evelyn Hugo the year before, and I was like, how can this author write such a crap book? And then I just got the audiobook, and I was like, oh, okay, no, it's actually good. Good morning. I'm reading Atlas Paradox. Very nice. Reading Bunny for a vlog project. Oh no. Maybe you should work on that one then, because if it's for a vlog, or just do whatever your heart wants. That's exactly how I feel. If I don't make it through with you, it's over. Yeah, exactly. My father-in-law just got here, so we're gonna be playing Yahtzee after supper. Ooh, fun. Red Dune last year was okay. I mean, I don't foresee it being like a 5-star favorite of the year.
I think it's only been like 2 years since I read it.
Yeah.
And I'm rereading it, and I don't reread books very often.
What did you give it on first read, Koda? Because I did not even notice this was a reread for you.
Probably 5 stars. Okay. But I love like epic fantasy, and that's what it reads like for me.
It
like,
does, yeah.
It's just so, it's got all the parts.
Honestly, I'm only 11% in. I could see this being a 5-star.
Yeah.
I'm really.
Koda, hold on. I have a book recommendation.
I'm holding you all to that.
We'll see.
I can't wait till we're done.
Early
I'm
days.
holding you all accountable to that.
I'm not saying anything.
You need to read this book.
Touch
If you like epic fantasy, this is so good, but it's only 300 pages, like 350 pages. But it just like drops you into the deep end. You have no idea what's going on for half of the book.
That's cool. I like.
Also, there are zombies.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Totally, yeah.
That's
Should've
so
started with
Koda.
that.
Koda was like,
Yeah.
zombies.
Dude, zombies, like, I love zombie. Like, I love zombie movies because they don't have to be good. As long as they have.
Well, no,
zombies,
it's more like they're not.
you did
Not funny
it.
zombies. Yeah. But it was in the self-published fantasy blog off last year, and it didn't win. But of all of the ones that I read, it was my favorite.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it sounds interesting.
And the audiobook is fantastic.
Okay, cool.
Now I don't remember where I was. Had to delete audiobooks on my phone for space. Dune is a big boy. It is a big boy. When I'm like 2.5 times speed, it's still saying you have 9.5 hours left. I'm like, oh dear God.
That's so rude when it does that.
At least with Libby, you have to like do your own math, so then you just don't do the math.
Right. Like, so as long as you're going faster than 2 times speed, there's too much math to
There's
do.
too much math. Like, do I know how to do the math? Yes, but like,
I'm like, it's whatever that is in half.
plus a little bit more.
Yeah.
This book is a fun time. Love it. Never read The Secret Garden, but I've seen a few of the movies and the musical, which is really good. I remember seeing the musical or the play. I don't know if it was a musical when I was like in 2nd grade. It was like the very first stage play I ever saw. When it was like community theater, but I don't like. For some reason, that's a core memory of mine.
Awesome.
Hello, reading Revealed by PC Cast. Nice. Read Daisy Jones on audio and still gave it 3 stars. I mean, that's okay. I feel like that's her most disliked book. Although most people don't like Malibu Rising either. For me, it's a book that has a huge glossary that scares me. Also fair.
I mean, Rainy, it's just a small glossary and 3 appendices. Like,
Exactly.
Wait,
But Rainy,
the appendices. It's fine. No one needs to look at the appendices.
the appendices aren't glossaries; they have paragraphs.
Rainy, did you ever finish Ashes of the Sun? Or did you DNF it? Because that one has a glossary. Read Dune Messiah, and that I have that and need to read it. Oh, read Dune Messiah. Maybe if we all finish this one and we aren't dead yet.
I want to
just
save
looking,
it
I'm like,
for
is that
right
gonna-
before the 3rd movie comes out.
Which won't be for like
So it's
4 years.
fresh in my mind, you know.
Right. All making me want to buy Dune. Libby took it back from me. Oh no.
Just
That
buy it.
sucks.
If
Use
love
an
it,
audible
you'll be
credit.
able to
It's fine.
reread it.
Or what you can do is you sign up for like another Audible account and get the free trial. And then cancel it. I've done that more than once.
You have to have
Especially
3
when a script puts me in jail. Not a big audiobook person and was even less so then. That's fair. It was a very angsty book. It is full of drama. The show is really good. Went thrift shopping and just got back. Fun. Sticking to Everyone on This Train is a Suspect. Ooh, I need to start that series. Might start with an audiobook for a sprint to actually eat dinner. Nice. Hello, eating dinner. Made myself some nachos and they're yummy. Ooh, that sounds good. I'm gonna order food tonight. I don't know what I want. But Chipotle kind of sounds good because queso sounds good.
Oh, I wish we had Chipotle here. I love getting it whenever I leave my area.
Right. That's what I do. Like anytime I go outside of Utah and there's like something that like is there, like Panera. We don't have Panera here. There is one now that's like down south, but it's like obviously I'm not eating that for dinner. So when I go on trips, I'm like, where is the Panera?
I have a rule when I leave. I'm like, I cannot eat at any place that I can eat at home.
The only time I kind of have that same rule other than when I'm going out like for work. And like, obviously we're working in our own brands and normally they just feed us.
That's fair, but I'm sure even Utah has more selection than I do in my tiny Eastern Canadian province.
There's some good
You're
restaurants.
like, I have a McDonald's and a Taco Bell.
It's really easy. I only have one Taco Bell and it's an hour away.
Really?
Yes.
Taco Bell is that
I
one
don't
where
even
you're
have
like,
Taco
I
Bell.
don't want to do anything. I'm just gonna eat a burrito.
You're okay, Nicole. You're not really missing out.
True. You're
Yeah.
not.
Anything but indigestion.
I keep hearing about how it was like watching a documentary about Fleetwood Mac, and I was like, I'd rather just watch that. That's fair.
Mhm.
That's fair.
Did Mel watch the show though? Like, what did
The
yeah.
show was so well done.
I thought that it was really well done.
Yeah, I really liked the show.
I don't normally binge watch a show, but I binged that one.
Yeah. Oh, I
It's
watched the first half
not a
and then I
movie.
got caught up and then waited another 3 weeks and then watched the other half. Because I cannot do shows one at a time. It's like, this is all I'm doing today, or I can't watch it. It's the only two things. All right. Well, it did take us 30 minutes to get through the comments, but we did get there eventually. Okay. So, we're going to do an hour because we talked too much. So we're going to do an hour or a 59-minute sprint. So I will see you in an hour. Hello, welcome back. I read 3 chapters. 4 chapters. I don't know how to do math. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not a scientist for a living or anything. I just finished on Audible what's chapter 10. So it's like 30 pages in my book, but that doesn't mean anything to anybody else. Because I have like a weird the floppy one.
Yeah.
But
I was gonna say I got to 11%, whatever that means. On my version, that's page 56.
okay.
So yeah, things are happening. I feel like I'm getting the lay of the land, as some of you saw in my Voxer messages.
Yeah.
I'm figuring things out.
Yeah, like I'm starting to figure it out, and I'm also starting to like be like, oh, I remember that scene from the movie.
oh yes, yeah. Like I'm like I tell you not. Like I've never gone in more blind in a book. I feel like I'm like I didn't know what this book was about at all.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I'm like Paul, Jessica. Those are normal names. Okay, cool. Like
The name Jessica is like throwing me off because I'm like, that does not feel like a futuristic space name.
I know, and I know that there's like a lot of like, as Koda has said, there's like certain like religious connotations, and I'm like Jessica and Paul, both of those are religious names, aren't they? Arguably,
I don't think Jessica is. At least not like a puritanical or like Christian type.
Yeah, I'm searching Jessica religion.
It's a basic white girl name.
Yeah, honestly, I was like imagining her going to Starbucks and like someone being like, you know, Frappuccino
Like,
for Jessica. It's like, that's me.
I can get past the Duncan name, like,
Yeah.
but I'm just like Jessica every time they say it. I'm like, that feels like a contemporary name.
Yeah. And I just saw a Jessica comment in the chat, and I promise you, if you're not for Starbucks, I promise that I'm not saying all Jessicas drink Starbucks.
Jessica's like actually on the Tim Hortons, really?
Yeah, exactly. Like Tim Hortons, Dunkin', homebrew, whatever you want.
Brittany, how did you do?
I'm at 18%, which in my copy, which is also Koda's copy, so we can discuss openly because we have the same copy.
There you go.
Is page 143.
Okay.
Oh wow, you're way ahead of me.
I'm almost to where we're supposed to end. Oh, well, not almost is generous. I'm 60 pages from where we're supposed to
Right. Mine is saying like, because I put it into Goodreads and it says I'm 14%.
Okay.
So on my copy, it's page 99, but I also only have to get to page 160.
Right. Yeah. I have to get to page 204.
Yeah.
Something like that. I lucked out and had the same ones as Koda. So when Koda did the breakdown, I was like, oh, this is great.
Like,
I have the same copies. This is so simple.
You know, it would have been so much more helpful if they would have put chapter numbers.
Definitive.
Also, update: Jessica drinks Mountain Dew.
Okay, thanks. I was gonna say also Jess Kiwi like was laughing, and I was like, okay, a few Jesses in the chat.
That's funny. Nicole, how did you do?
I did pretty well. I am into chapter 7 on page 52, and I feel like Leandra and I have the same book because the things that you're mentioning, where they are in the similar spot in my book. So, so I think we've got the same book. So, I did all right in that spread.
Well, that's
Bree,
nice.
you need to find your book friend because we don't have
I know. I was like, I'm
Who
gonna
has the floppy one? Like, look at this flop.
It's
Look at this
beautifully floppy.
flop. Like,
It's an ideal flop.
That is gorgeous.
superior flop. I'm gonna be honest, it's 100% why I bought the book. Because I bought it right after I went and saw the movie, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm definitely gonna read this right away." Because look how floppy this book is. That was 2 years ago.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Well,
What would
Nicole's
you get to?
caught up with me now because I'm in the middle of chapter 7, which is page 84 in this copy.
I feel I'm pretty lucky. I only have to go to page 136 and I'm already at 52. So
There you
Well,
go.
geez.
You're
what
like,
do you-
just kidding. We don't have the same book.
and I did in that sprint also found the 1984 version movie of
Oh, that is a thing that exists in the world.
yeah. I put up the trailer screenshot and I'm like, yeah, that's 1984 for sure. Just the costumes.
The new one is on HBO Max, I think.
Mm.
I think you can stream it on.
Yeah,
HBO.
it's on Amazon Prime to buy here. We can't.
Maybe it is
I
Prime.
don't-
I don't know.
It
Between
should be
us,
on Max because it's Warner Brothers or whatever.
yeah, that makes sense. Between us and my in-laws, we have all of the streaming and we just share passwords. We had a couple of people join us. Hello, Neva. Neva's working. Neva's also buddy reading it with us, but unfortunately, adulting. So she's working and listening while making tacos. Hello, just played a game of Cards Against Humanity Family Edition with my kids. Now gonna read Sweet and Better Magic by Adrian Tooley. Nice. I didn't know that Cards Against Humanity had a family edition.
I feel like that would take the fun out of it.
Well, I mean, like,
Yeah,
there,
like, what
there is there's a game called like Apples to Apples, which is kind of Cards Against Humanity.
It already is like
edition.
family.
True.
Yeah. But that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, doing some editing for my March TBR instead of all last minute. Good for you. I haven't even filmed mine. Because I still have 2 books that I need to read that were on my January TBR.
Yay!
I'm kind of hoping that I can get the last one because Dune is one, and then the last one I'm going to try to read during 72 hours. Finally free of a cat. I can have some lunch and do some yoga. You don't want to do yoga with a cat? Could be like goat yoga, but cat yoga.
Yeah.
Also, if anybody didn't see, I put the link to the Discord where we're talking about Dune. Although we haven't really talked much about it, but we're there. Hello, hope everyone is well. Reading Great Hunt and trying to decide if I like this character. Sharing some Sprints Make Mondays bearable vibes with the like button. Thank you. Also, that is a mood.
Nicole Christina messaged me and she's like, I don't know about this Celine girl. And I'm just like,
Oh,
I'm not going to say nothing, dude.
honestly, such a fish. Like, I don't trust her at all. As far as I could throw her. Not
And I
even a
can't
little
throw people.
She's got all the bad vibes. No one around her seems to notice. I'm like, hello,
That's fine.
pay attention.
Alternating reading Every Black Girl Dances and Babel tonight. Very nice. Hello, reading book 4 in the Frankenstein series. Ooh, nice.
I've never read any
I'm
of
going to make some lunch, so probably won't be in the next chatty bit. Didn't read, was feeding babies and then getting them to bed. Now gonna settle in and read more of A River Enchanted. Listen, sometimes you have to parent. Didn't read, just watched My Hero Academia. That's okay, it's Monday. we have to give ourselves grace on Mondays. 150 pages, nice. I'm sorry, I'm reading Discord messages. The chimes at the end of your sprint are always the same ones they use for VIA, so I'm expecting tearing announcement in English, then followed by French. Interesting. I don't know. I think someone during I think it was during no, it couldn't have been during Amazing Readathon because we had timers for that. I don't remember. Someone was like, it sounds like the metro that they're on when it gets to the station, it does that ding. So I was like, oh, that's weird.
I love it.
73 pages into Assistant to the Villain. Can't stop laughing. This character is me. Nice. 47% into Dead of Winter. It is a very fast read. 30 pages into Tress. Got the audio on Hoopla. Yay! It's a really good audiobook. Because it sounds like it's very much like a storytelling aspect to it. Not sure if that is a good thing, but I relate to her so much. Listen, this was me during Icebreaker when everyone was messaging me saying, this character, I don't think you're gonna like this character. She's a bitch. And I'm like, this is me.
Yeah. I remember when you said that in your vlog.
We both went, are we the problem?
You're like, excuse me? Are you trying to tell me something?
I think I might have talked to you about this, Brittany. Like, I was trying to be really vague in my like comments to you, but I was like, people think I'm a bitch.
I had messaged Neva and I was like, people must hate me.
And that's on anxiety. And they're like, she organizes everything. I was like, I have a calendar for which book I'm going to read today. You know, if I was single, I'd probably have a sex calendar too.
Calendar for every activity.
It's so much easier to have it in a calendar.
It's so much easier. You know, there's no room for, oh my God, what do I have to do today? If you know the week before what you're going to do. Made it to page 199.
I was gonna say, I feel very sandwiched between like, I feel like I'm interrupting a conversation between Brittany and Brie. I'm like, maybe I should shift over. Yes.
There we go.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, if you just click on the person and drag it.
I did not know
That was
you could
magic.
do that either.
I did not know either.
No, I was like, that was really quick. You had that loaded. I was like, she was ready for me to say that.
No,
Camel
you
is
just
shook
click
it,
on the
right?
person and then put them where you want them to be, then it'll swap.
Oh my gosh, we could play musical sprints.
The only problem is that
Mine.
it also went into full screen mode, and so like took all the comments away for a second, and now I don't know where I was. So I'm like, 2 seconds, give me a minute.
I will take the blame for that.
No, that was me. Read another 24%, so I've reached 86%. You got this. Have made it to 10% on audio. Much more interested than what I was expecting. Yeah, like I think it's good. Like it's very well produced.
Yeah, mine has like dramatic music.
Right? Like
Yes,
it's in that, like in those, and here's the thing, I am a sucker for a book that has the little not footnotes, but the little like excerpts from other books that are in the world. I'm a sucker for that. Because like I love world building.
Although the person who's writing that at the beginning of each chapter, I'm like, do we meet her eventually in one of the following books? Because I would like to.
I would like to know who this person is.
The princess.
Yeah.
Coda's like, I'm not saying anything.
Koda knows.
Coda, have you read the whole series or just this book?
Just this one.
Okay.
Oh.
So maybe we meet her later on in this book. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's an entire section.
I honestly don't remember.
Coda's like, I don't know.
I read it like 2 years ago.
actually the
That's why I
Zendaya
need to reread
character?
it so that I can watch the movie and compare it because I'm not even fresh enough to do that.
Fair enough. Got to 54% of Babel. Very nice. I still need to read that. I just need to like come up with a video for it because it's such a big book to not have content for.
It could be its own video. Like if you ever wanted to do like a 100 book vlog or 200 book vlog, like it could stand on its own. It has enough to talk about.
This is true. This is true.
I have 15 minutes left and I'll be finished.
Made it to 59% of King of Wrath. Very nice. Read about 20 pages of Murder on Cape Cod and had dinner. Nice. Been slowly dragging myself back into my print book. Read a whole 3 pages. Also made progress in The Firekeeper's Daughter as audio. Very nice. I feel this because I don't know how to physically read anymore.
I have not physically read a book all year.
I read
29.
2 chapters of this last night because my AirPod had died, and so I was like, oh, it's fine. I'll just physically read it. And it took me an hour and like 15 minutes to read 2 chapters.
I feel like I'm
Yeah.
slower now than I used to be physically reading because I do it so.
But the funny thing is I can read just fine if it's an ebook. I'm like, it is the same thing. What is the difference?
For me, I get distracted with a book, like because I have OCD, right? So if I don't have the audio going at the same time, I'm constantly like checking to see how much is left in the chapter or the part or the book.
Yeah.
Or like maybe I like feel like looking something up in the glossary, or I get distracted, or the cat's right here. Hey, kitty.
Oh my gosh! It was like I didn't even notice the cat.
Oh,
Santa
I'm
Claus.
loving just seeing Koda just petting the cat like Dr. Evil over there.
You're like,
No, but I was finding that I was like rereading the same page over and over because I'd like look over and like have a conversation or like see what was going on TV or whatever. And like then I'd reread the same page. But I for some reason don't do that on ebook. Don't know.
Yeah, and I don't flip ahead on an ebook because I just see
because it just says 7 minutes left in chapter.
It's easy to just keep going.
Well, and I also wonder if it's because when it's like, how when Google Maps says that you're going to get somewhere in 20 minutes and you're like, I'm going to beat that. I do the same thing with Kindle.
You're like, that's a challenge.
Me too. I'm like, there's no way I'm reading it that slow.
7 minutes? I'll do it in 6.
Challenge accepted, everyone.
So that's the problem. So essentially all of my physical books, they're really just trophies at this point. Not actually reading them. Oh my goodness. Got to the page 34. Nice. Hello. Yes, everyone. It's a party tonight. Have been sprint hopping all day. Excited to join. Yes, there've been sprints all day long. It's been fantastic. Got to 27% of my book. Reading it for book club on Friday. Very nice. Like a real life book club. I love how we like differentiate. Is this a real life book club? Do you have friends in real life?
You go outside of your home.
You go out of your home. Read 53 pages. Really enjoyed the banter in Powerless. I've heard the banters in that book.
The banter's really good.
Leandra, I love that insight. I googled Jessica. Google says Shakespeare anglicizes the biblical name Iska, which means vision or sight.
So it is weirdly from the Bible, but not. I'm like, am I saying the Bible and I mean like Shakespeare? You know how people like read passages? They're like, is it from the Bible or Shakespeare? And I was like, did I do that with a name?
From the Orange Christian Bible.
Yeah.
I call my mom once your craft room. Your craft room is like goals. Got to 51%. Jessica means wealthy and was created by Shakespeare for the Merchant of Venice. Interesting. But also has Hebrew roots. Okay, that's it. Iska, daughter of Haran in the book of Genesis. Interesting. The things you know.
Yeah, the more you know,
the more you know. We're learning things here on a Monday night. Ate dinner and then went down the rabbit hole of cast interviews on YouTube. What show are you fixating on? Just bought Dune. Welcome to the club. We're having a grand old time. Shakespeare just gave it an English twist. Interesting. Hello, reading Daughter of No World tonight. Yes, we love to see it. This one is the superior fantasy romance. To everyone who loved Fourth Wing and Serpent, Daughter of No Worlds is better. My print book is Everyone on This Train is a Suspect, which so far is hard to get into. Stevenson breaks the third and fourth walls a lot, more experimental than maybe I am in the mood for. I've heard that his writing style is like really quirky. But then also like Books on the Wall, I gave it like 5 stars and was like one of her best books of the year. So I don't know. Who's to say? I mean, it's not like the adult one can get pretty funny when your whole family can take anything and make it. This is true. I have to be really careful when we play games like this at my family's because they're very LDS. And it's It's really funny when like half of the family is playing that is LDS and half isn't, so you have to like pay attention to who the judge is. One Yahtzee by 9 points. Yay. 8 supper. Now ready to chat. Then read on right on the next sprint. Koda, can we put it in the Discord? I guess I can find it.
Let me do that real quick.
Yes, please.
It's like it's not a great breakdown because there's not chapter numbers or
I'll put both of them in there so that everybody.
Cool.
It was
We
a
have,
bit
like,
complicated, and we all applaud Koda for figuring it out.
Koda's doing the work.
Because we all went, oh, good, someone else did it.
But it's just because there's like so many different editions of it.
And the chapters aren't numbered, and it's
Right.
No.
Yeah,
My
I'm
chapters.
recording-
My chapters are now numbered.
Oh,
I'm numbering
Did you
them as I go.
you're numbering. You're like, I'm gonna do this myself.
I don't normally
brilliant.
do Facebooks, but I'm like, I cannot deal with no chapters.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Brittany, I saw your comment earlier when you were like, okay, we need to like you wanted to start earlier than us starting on sprints because you're like 200 pages. And I'm like, how many pages are we reading tonight? Like, what? And I'm
I
like,
was like, with all of us on sprints, that is not happening.
It is not
Midnight my
happening.
time. It's just not,
no.
it's not happening.
I think I did them vocally. I'll have to...
No, they're in print.
No,
They're in
you
there.
did do them.
The one is in print, but the other, I guess you should be able to figure it out from this.
Although I also have them broken out, so I can do it in the sprint.
Here, I can.
But on Audible, we are going to chapter 16 tonight.
Yeah.
If you're on Audible, and that helps you in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, because Libby doesn't have chapter numbers on it. So if you're on Libby, you're gonna have it. It just has the names.
Love that.
Like it just has like the first sentence.
Yeah, on Libby, we're going to greatness
I
is a
have the-
transitory experience.
It
What
has
a-
the first sentence though, and not the where it's from, like where the quote's from.
No, it has.
Yeah, it just has
like,
the first sentence.
It just
it
has it in
like, the first
quotation
sentence,
marks.
so, like
Okay, 'cause-
the Duke turned to Halat.
My
Yeah.
audio I
Unwritten
bought
on.
like 2 years ago, and I didn't use it. And like when I started it, it had no chapters, but it didn't say the beginning of the first line. It said like wherever it was
Oh,
from.
how annoying.
And
Oh
then
my
as I
gosh.
was listening to it, it like started wigging out and freezing and stuff. And so I closed the app and reopened it. And when I reopened it, it had chapter numbers.
Oh, funny. So it probably just needed an update.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that's weird.
So it actually, sorry, I said it wrong. It's the first line of the princesses.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the princess
The
said.
little blurbs. Mhm.
Yeah.
to figure out. Which Discord's which?
Yeah, you kind of would wonder, like, I guess he could have just started a new chapter there and put a number, but
I just why didn't they just put chapter numbers? It would have made things so much easier.
Frank doesn't like chapter numbers, apparently.
And apparently all the audiobook places went, okay, we're fine with that.
Yeah,
You're like,
exactly.
yeah, we'll follow the author's
like,
wishes.
Decided to fill my March TBR roles and pick the books today because I haven't read a single book off of my February TBR, so I've just given up and took the punishment. Listen, sometimes that's just what you got to do. We just start over. We have decided that February is the worst month of the year because, like, in January you still are kind of like on that high of like New Year, new me, and then February hits and you're like, that's too much work.
I thought that was January 2nd.
No, I
Yeah,
got
you're
only a
really
good
good.
3 weeks or so. But I was talking to my friend at work today, and we were just like, February has just been like a blah month. Hello, reading Wonderscape by Jennifer Bell, 135 pages in. Welcome.
I love that book.
I really want to read this book. It sounds so cute.
It is so cute.
It sounds middle grade.
It is. It's middle grade. It's really fun.
Got to 79% of After Annie. Nice. I would just like everyone to know that I have no idea what is happening in June. It's okay. None of us really do. Here's the thing, though. Like, you have to think of it in the frame of epic fantasy because it's epic SFF. Like, the first 100 to 200 pages is real, especially for a first book in a series, is all set up. It's all
This-
world building, and this is such a political book.
I don't know that he like meant for it to be a series when he first started it though. Like I felt like this book really concludes, right?
No, yeah, I mean,
And then supposedly the second one, it picks up where this one leaves off, I guess. But the third one, Children of Dune, jumps years into the future.
interesting. Yeah. So like I always like, especially like when if I'm reading like a fantasy book, like I give it a good 150 pages before I'm like, oh, I actually still don't know what's going on.
I'm a real trust the process with epic fantasy.
Exactly. You
Because
have
eventually your
Yeah.
brain will go, I go from I have no idea what's happening to like, oh, I know exactly what's happening.
Exactly. Yeah,
I
and it
don't know
usually
what that moment
happens.
is.
It
but your brain
happens
just
around
kinda goes
200
like this.
pages, and then you're like, cool, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll trust you. As someone who doesn't really read fantasy, I'll trust you.
Listen, if you can
It'll
get
be
through
fine.
Dune,
It'll be fine. It'll.
yeah, if
The
you can do
penny will
Dune,
drop.
you can do any fantasy book.
Anything. Okay.
You can do it. You've read Piranesi. And
That's
you
true.
didn't know
That's
what was
true.
going on, but until you did.
That's true. Koda, thanks. You guys are bolstering me up. I could do
Got that.
anything now.
Hello, have 35 pages left of One Dark Window. Absolutely loving it. Nice. Everybody's reading this book right now. Got all 6 indoor cats fed. The new one, Snowball, is still hissy around the others, but they're getting better. Yay. Cats are
Important
funny
to know
about
that
that.
Snowball is black, you guys. He's her new black cat.
That's a turn of events.
I love that.
Yeah, that's cute. I love it.
Also, me during Icebreaker. Exactly, right? We're like, am I the problem? Decided to read A River Enchanted since I have audio and ate dinner. Read 3 chapters. Nice. Also brought Icebreaker today. We love to see it. Did a sprint scramble. Yeah, see, I did a sprint scramble. Now going to just swap people around. Well, we figured it out because when you if you share an account with somebody, you automatically get put up next to them. Like even if you come in last. So then like if you wanted them to be on the bottom because they came in last.
Are you just shoving Cal to the bottom and sprints all the time?
Cal was shoving himself to the bottom. Love how Kitty's head just pops up. Yeah. I've only physically read a book if you count physically reading as Kindle reading. It is physically reading. You're doing the same thing.
Oh, I would
Yeah,
count
what do
that
you
as
mean?
physical
Yeah.
reading. Absolutely.
You've done physical reading because you've done some Kindle books that didn't have
Because
an
if
audio.
I read a KU book that's ever at some point in the future, because it won't be right now, I will count that as physical reading if I
I
don't have
thought
the
you've
audio
done
book.
like some books that didn't like from stuff your Kindle day.
Yeah, it's not the book that makes it physical, it's your eyeball that makes
your
it
It's the eyeballs. Yeah.
Yeah, like
you
you
were saying you
physically
hadn't read a physical
reading.
book
Like it's not a physical book.
You're reading
Yeah,
with
but
your
you're physically
physical
reading.
eyeball.
Yeah. It's the same
Yeah,
act.
not with your digital eyeballs.
Digital eyeball. That's a thing.
The spare ones in the drawer.
Yes, just take them out.
Just pull them out.
Do they work better? Can we swap them?
I don't know. That sounds about nice.
Even if I have the physical copy, I get the ebook from the library. Really, the same though. Also, you can customize the fonts. I did this for Blood Over Brighthaven that I read for the booktuber favorites because it didn't have an audiobook, so I had to physically read it. It was 550 pages. But the physical book, the font is like squiggly. And it was like kind of like trying to be like old fashioned, but it did it throughout the whole book, not just like the first line, like some books do.
Oh.
And so I went and looked. I was like, "Is it on Kindle Unlimited?" I just read it that way.
Yeah, it depends on the font for me. I feel like the font in Brittany and I's edition, anyways, is like nice and crisp and spread out.
Yeah, this one, the physical book is fine. I feel like I'm the exact opposite. I get distracted when I read audios unless I have some kind of craft to do. My brain does wander, which I think that if you are struggling with that, try to immersion read it. Because then it makes your brain still focus on it. But like with this one, I'm not immersion reading it, so I'm crocheting because I do think that if I was doing any tasks that required my brain, I would zone out. So I'm trying to crochet while I'm doing this. But if you struggle with your brain wandering while trying to do audiobooks, speed it up a little bit and then put it on, like read it physically along with it and like read it as you go. It's good practice. I go through phases where I'll read mostly just Kindle and audiobook or physical and audiobook. I've hauled over 40 books in the last couple months. Now I have over 1,600 physical books. That is so great. That's officially a library.
That
if
is
you have more than 1,000 books, it's a library.
Oh
That's
my
like
God.
the Google definition of a library. I aspire to be that great.
Mm-hmm.
Julie's going to In Real Life Book Club tomorrow. Blink twice if you've been kidnapped.
Yes. I don't trust it.
Report back if you're safe. The world is scary. I do tend to gravitate more towards reading on my Kindle or Nook. It's just easy, right? Like you can do it on your phone when you're like in the grocery store line. I'm the opposite. I struggle with ebooks and prefer physical. This is why we have books for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that was me for a while, and then I started doing a lot of Kindle Smut, and then and then I just kind of switched. So, hello, welcome. Just missed MJ's reading sprints. Decided to look for another one. Yes, I'm here every week. I think Monday is gonna be my new night because I don't think there's anyone in our like group that's sprinting right now. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
I don't think not right now.
Yeah. So Monday might be my new night. It's just a bunch of interviews with some Broadway actors I like. Oh, fun. The YouTube will do that too sometimes. It's just like, here, do you want to watch this? Here, do you want to watch this? Especially now with the new, like when you're on the app and it'll be like, this is your next video, play next. Some people prefer holding the book physically. But also books smell so good.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm also afraid to like mess them up. So I'm like, sometimes if it's like one of those paperbacks that's not as floppy as Breeze, I like will read like this because I don't like to crack the spine. And I'm like, why am I torturing myself? And so I will then get the ebook.
I
crack the
definitely
spine
purposely
on
crack
camera.
those spines. I'm like,
Can't
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
I like it.
I've been conditioned by my daughter not to do it anymore. I used to do it, and then I don't do it. And then Koda the other day is going up at the screen, going like this. Just don't do it.
that's Koda. Break your spine. I'm the same. I'm like,
You know, like,
I'm like
you could
this,
do the,
reading
like,
books like this.
You could do the spine breaking.
That's what Savannah's like. She's like, she freaks out if you bend it or anything like that.
Yeah. You just
love
bent me
holding books
backwards,
like
but
this,
you
but
just
I
broke
won't
my
do it
back.
unless they're floppy.
I do it when they're floppy. I do it when they're. I don't do it when they're hardback, obviously.
Yeah.
well,
But yeah, I especially that's why I have so many mass market is so that I can hold it like this.
Mhm.
I
I will say it's because I do, if I don't like, I try to keep it in perfect condition because then I will donate it to the library if they don't have it. And so I will say that's usually, that's what I've learned to do. I'm like, okay, they won't take it if it's too
Well,
shabby.
and I put every book on Pango if it was below a 3.5. So like,
Mhm.
I want to like be able to keep it for at least some resale value.
That's
Yeah.
And like, I'll
problem.
give like Derek will get a new book, or like he'll take one of my books, and I'll be like, "Oh, do you want a bookmark?" He's like, "No, it's okay. I'll just dog ear it." I'm like, I swear to God.
You're like, say that one more time. I dare you.
Like at this point, he just does it because it pisses me off. He doesn't actually dog ear the pages, for the record. Yes, Koda is mathing math. Yes. The Discord link is below. You don't like if you like. It's not like a thing that you have to pay for or anything like that.
It's a quick sign up.
Yeah, it's like it'll just ask you for your email. That's easy. Like, and then that way you know it's not like an app. You can do it on a website.
Yeah. It is an app if you want it to use an app too.
Yeah, I mean there is an app if you just want to be like completely bombarded with notifications.
Right.
I
But I
do
feel like
recommend
that's
turning
how
off
most
notifications
buddy
for
reads.
all Discords.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how most buddy reads are happening. It's on the BookTube Roundtable Discord. The link is in the description. But yeah, everything is posted there Have Libby and Audible, yeah. If you have Audible, we're going to chapter 16 tonight, and then something else. I don't know.
Yeah, I should have wrote them on my sticky notes.
No, they are written down somewhere because I've had to look it up. Hold on, I will find it. Going to chapter 16 today, 16 to 28 tomorrow, and 28 to 39 on and 39 to the end. And that's if you're doing it in 4 days. We're doing it in 4 days because Brittany and I are vlogging 72 hours that start Thursday night. So that's why we're trying to finish it in 4 days. If you don't want to read that fast, that's okay.
We're just extra.
we're just like, yeah, let's start on the 19th. Oh crap, that was a bad choice.
I know you guys said the 19th, and I was like, oh, cool. That's like going to give us a week and a half or something like that.
Yeah.
Like
No.
Thursday.
No. Welcome. This month's TBR did not go according to plan. That's fair. Have been sick for 3 weeks and just want to read romance. I also am the same way. I've read so much romance this month because that's the only thing that I've given 5 stars to. So I'm just like, whatever. Yeah, all my fantasy books on my TBR are like, the vibes are vibing. This is true. It's a very well produced audiobook.
This is MJ, so she's the one who sent everybody over.
Hi, welcome. Glad to have you. Got you a third of the way through Stud in the Stacks. I can speak today. My toilet overflows, so it's been a great couple. Oh no, that's not great. I think we need to work on your definition of great, Jean.
I'll trade you cat pee for overflowed toilet.
I'll trade you rain in the closet.
I still want to get rid of the cat pee. I'll take the rain in the closet
Fair, I don't
or
like
the
that
toilet.
Hello, welcome. I love how I can read on a Kindle even without my glasses. I just make the font bigger. Exactly. And then you can read it in bed because it's got a backlight, so you're not, upsetting your partner when you stay up till 2:00 in the morning reading a book. Hello, welcome. So glad to have you. No, overflow toilets are not fun. Koda definitely has a library. Do you have a library?
Yeah, I have over 1,200 books. Not quite as many as 16.
That's fantastic.
Once I get it put together, I'll count them again.
I actually don't know how many books I own. It's not 1,000, but it's probably close to like maybe 600.
I have about.
I just know how many I
have
have that I haven't read yet. I don't count all of them.
You only have 900, Nicole. I'm surprised with the hauls that you bring in.
I haven't counted in a while. Last time I counted, it was 900. But with my daughter's library and mine combined, we have about 1,900. So between 1,800 and 1,900 books.
I know. I can't wait till I can afford to get a house so I can have a bigger library.
I just moved one of my children out. She went off to university and I went, that's my room. No one's claiming it. It's for books. and then she comes in and she goes, I could be down with that as long as you get me a sofa bed so I can sleep amongst the books.
There you go.
Like,
Yes.
That's fair.
When Cal came in for my wedding, he stayed in here and was like, I'm sleeping in the 4 paws in the book studio.
I'm sleeping on set.
I definitely have a library, a chaotic, messy library, but definitely more than 1,000 books. Might count them all next month. That seems like a task.
Yeah.
You gotta, but see, then you can get one of those like scanner things. Those are fun. Haven't counted, but I do know I definitely have a library. Love that. Can't handle breaking the spine because the pages fall out after a while. That's true. Yeah, especially if you reread.
I just tape and glue that shit.
Yeah.
Or go buy a new book. I'm not like, if it's a book that I really love, I'll just go buy a new copy.
Well, and then that's the nice thing about mass market is that like they're not expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it's like a hardcover book that you paid $30 for and a page falls out, you're like, that sucks. But the mass markets are usually like around 10.
I'm like, who sewed this?
Paper books, not physical. Count ebooks as physical. You're still holding. Yep, exactly. The floppy books are the way to go. But I go out of my way not to break spines. Yeah, with the floppy books, it's easier to not break a spine. Yes. Turn my Discord notifications off. I have a few Discords that will get notified, like my notifications. Like I'm not going to turn off my notifications for my Patreon. And then in June, my notifications are gonna go up so much.
Last year, that was a month because I do the same thing. If I'm like a host for a readathon, I don't turn the notifications off because I want to be able to help people like on my team.
You only had one team.
Yeah, but I had blue team,
which was not as talkative as the red team.
I was on red team. We did talk.
We were so chatty.
You were chatty.
One of my mods said that they had 1,600 notifications a day from Discord.
I believe that wholeheartedly.
I can see that.
Because they had access to all the teams.
Because I know how many I got on blue team, so I 100% believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I would want my own Discord. It's so much to keep track of. Like,
I mean, it's not
that and Instagram and YouTube and watching videos and
I mean, regular Discord.
Actually reading.
I don't have them, like, it does not go off on my phone or my watch during work hours, but then, like, after 3, I get, like, a scheduled summary.
Yeah. I participate in them, just not all the time, so.
Yeah, it's hard.
I would feel obligated if I had my own, and then.
It's hard.
Out.
Unfortunately, like, mine is not super active. Doing a video inspired by your pick for one of your favorites list. It depends on how much fantasy you have read. I feel like I liked Ashes of the Sun more than Fireborn. So if you're just doing it like based on that, but Fireborn is YA and Ashes of the Sun is adult, so there's a little bit more of a. But Ashes of the Sun is still accessible. It's still a very accessible fantasy, especially if you know like the lore of Star Wars. So personally, I would choose Ashes of the Sun, but it very much they're two very different books. If you want dragons, obviously Fireborn. If you want the most adorable sapphic romance in a fantasy, Ashes of the Sun. So there you go. You can choose from that. I've just accepted the fact that most of my book spines are going to crack. I'm really short-sighted, so I have to hold them very close when reading, which I suspect increases the likelihood of spine cracking. It could. Neva, I feel this. I listen to audiobooks while I work all day. I do the same thing. So it'll give me a goal tomorrow. I have 9 hours most days to listen in tomorrow. I'm working 11 hours. Wow, that's a long day. Yeah, I usually I don't listen to them the whole day at work because I'll usually intersperse it with like a YouTube video, or if I have calls, obviously I can't do that. But it's nice. It's like gas on full or gas on empty to crack the spine or not crack the spine. Have 600 books. Nice. I love the fact that I can put my Kindle on black screen. Exactly.
I have several bookshelves that she is not allowed to touch.
There you go.
And I just said, death will be bestowed upon you if you touch any of these books or they leave the house.
You have like little finger bear traps.
Yes. Yeah. Like even when I've been on sprints and I've been talking about my Folio Society books for the Grimm fairy tales and stuff, she's like, "Can I go and get it?"
No.
And I'm like, "Yeah, you can go and get it, but it doesn't leave the house.
It doesn't leave the house.
It comes back to me." So, yeah.
I've had some I don't let people borrow my books unless I know that they're gonna be very careful with them. Like one of my nieces is allowed to because she's so careful with the books. But if other people want to borrow them, I'll just be I'll just buy you a copy.
That's how I am. I'm I'll buy it for you. You can enjoy it.
I'm yeah, you'll Amazon. Okay, you'll have it tomorrow. Just traveling in August and only had my data on for 1 hour a day. Yeah, no, it was a lot. We're definitely going to do at least one more sprint. We have been chatting quite a bit, so it hasn't been a very productive night, but we are going to sprint.
I mean, I called that before we even started. I was like, if you think we can read 200 pages on these prints, that is not.
I only have to read, I think, 60 more pages. So
same.
Well, I only have 120 or something.
I think we actually might, because I am working from home tomorrow, so I don't have to wake up quite as early. So we might do 2 more sprints, but our East Coast friends will probably drop off after the next sprint, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I 100% am here for one more.
Okay, we're gonna do one more right now. Are you guys staying for the whole one, or are you gonna drop off before?
No, I can stay for a whole one.
Okay,
I should be able to stay for the whole one. Yeah.
Yay! All right. Well, then I'll see you in an hour. Hello, welcome back. I finished my day one's pages with like a minute to spare. Do I know what's going on still? No, but the detail about like all the spices and the worms is very interesting. So, those are my thoughts. How did that sprint go for y'all?
I didn't get as much reading done as I wanted to because I was doing bedtime and the end of the day stuff. But I got to a page 169. So I have one page left in this chapter and then 2 more chapters to go.
Okay.
And I'll be done. So I will not be finishing these tonight because it is 10 minutes to 11 or 12. So
That's fair. That's fair.
I'll finish.
The last 2 chapters are shorter though.
Yeah, it won't take me. I'll catch it up like early tomorrow
Yeah.
morning. It's not a big deal. I'm really loving this. The political system is so interesting.
Isn't it?
I'm having a great time.
Yeah.
Having a great time.
Yeah, because like you can tell that they're like they have their own reasons for doing things that are like selfishly motivated, but then like also trying to be for the community. I don't know, it's a whole like thing.
Yeah, I really am intrigued by what is going on, who's on what side of what things. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I'm here for it.
Because like have you guys watched the movie?
No.
Okay, so like I watched the movie, so I know some of the stuff, but I feel like the movie never answered anything because it was only part 1.
Right.
Like it was only half of this book. So I
Right.
think that after tomorrow, like I'll finish tomorrow's pages and then watch the first Dune. So that way I'm like very fresh. And then next weekend I'll be able to go watch part 2. Leandra, how'd you do?
I ended up getting to 17% according to my audiobook, and my like digital copy, I'm on page 80. So yeah, and I'm liking the like themes of water, how they like reference, like there was like, this isn't giving anything away, but like they were talking about the tree, like I think it was like a palm tree or a fern, and they're like that takes up like 8 people's worth of water a day. So when people are looking at it, they're like, that could be water, that could be for me. And I'm like, and of course, like the climate fiction lover in me is like, this is commentary on our like climate crisis and like the need for water. So yeah, there are elements where I'm like, yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Did any of you pick up what a still suit is yet?
What?
The still suit that the Freeman maid or housekeeper mentions. Did any of you pick up on what that is?
I mean, I didn't quite fully understand what that was.
Yeah, but I liked the whole like part of the like him like just knowing how to put it on.
Oh,
You'll get there.
I don't know.
You'll get
that
They'll
part yet.
explain
I
it.
don't think we're there yet, Leandra.
Yeah,
'cause
I was like, I don't know what you're
anything about
talking about.
Yeah.
The
So-
Freeman housemaid that they get. You guys aren't. You guys have
I've
to be.
seen the
there.
housemaid interact with Jessica.
Yeah, and she says, oh, and I don't even have to wear my still suit. Ha 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 ha. And I'm alive, and I'm not dead.
Missed it.
No, I didn't understand. I know that she like sliced
They're
her a little
slow
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got to page 91, which is 1 page into chapter 12. So yeah,
Okay.
but I too am liking the fact that how they with the water, and I'm a bit confused by what the hunter seeker is, or seeker hunter, whatever that is. Yeah, that they were just talking about. So
It's like
hopefully they'll.
robotic.
Yeah, and like the sliver.
That's what I
The
took it as, was like a robotic killer worm.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wasn't 100% sure.
Like, that it was,
Like, yeah.
gonna get you. Like an assassin kind of booby trap thing.
Have you guys gotten to the part where they like talk about how they can kill the worms and how it's like how the worms are always like where you find spice, you find worms, which like they're trying to harvest the spice, but then these worms can like quite literally destroy you.
I don't
The
think
sandworms.
The sandworms, yeah.
Yeah, they've
different-
been talking
different
about
worms.
the
Yeah, they have been talking about sandworms. I mean, I've had a 17-year-old in my ear as well, so I've had to keep like stopping it. She's gone out now, thankfully, so I can I may have to go back a chapter or two because I'm like, stop talking to me. I love you, but go away.
All of the brain cells. Stop talking to me.
I'm like, I love you, but just go away. Are you going out today by any chance? I sort of said at one point. And she goes, oh, yeah, I'm going to see my friend. I'm like, when are you going?
Are you doing that now?
Yeah, you better get ready.
And she couldn't see the earbud because I've got my ear down, so she had no idea that I had the book going, and so she had no idea that that's what I was like encouraging her to do. So yeah,
You don't do the
casually go like, yes, be like, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
No, I've hit that stage with my 17-year-old. You have to tread lightly. If you don't tread lightly, then you're in the doghouse for a month. And this girl is a Leo, and she makes you suffer.
As a fellow Leo.
I was gonna say, I was like, I did see Brie.
Sorry to all the Leos out there, but I know what you're about. You make people suffer. And the Virgo in me just does not want to deal with that today. So, yeah.
We'll be skipping that.
Yes, no, I definitely don't like being in the doghouse with her. She does spread the love. She does spread the love around, and it's just not great.
Koda, did you say where you had gotten to?
I am about halfway through chapter 12, which is 143 in our copy.
All right, yeah. All right. Fun fact: tomorrow's MJ's birthday, so we had a bunch of happy birthdays to MJ. I don't know if MJ is still in the chat, but happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Then we had a couple people say good night. So you guys are probably already gone, but good night. Finished my book with 3 minutes to spare. Fantastic. I hope it was a fantastic book. Leandra, your collab with Rainy took me on a journey.
Yeah, it was a journey for me too.
It's funny because I watched yours and I had actually swapped the two when I was guessing. I didn't think she had read, or I thought she had read Spells for Forgetting and didn't like it because I thought it was originally a bestie book club book.
Oh,
and that's why Brittany liked it. So, because like just like was it yesterday when Brittany was like talking about how every book club book you either liked it and nobody else did, or you didn't like it. And so I was like, oh yeah, it was probably a bestie book club.
I mean, it could have been, and that's probably how it would have went, but that's okay.
Exactly. So that was my thought. And then I was like, oh no, I was so sure. I was like, oh, Leandra, you should have swapped them. Oh, okay. I guess I was wrong.
Never mind. I know, but I was worried about that one because I was like, the fact that I'm like, Brittany loved this. And I'm like, because Brittany loved it, if Rainey had read it, she probably wouldn't have loved it. Right. So I was thinking that. I was like, okay, what's context clues here?
Did the dishes, read 47 pages of ASAP, and I'm enjoying it so much so far. Nice, we love it, especially when you're like coming out of a slump or your brain wants to do other things other than reading. It's always good to like come back with like a really strong one. Page 237 of my book, very nice. I heard spices and worms and was initially concerned for your recipe. Didn't you know that's the secret ingredient?
Worms are the future, don't you know?
For those of you that don't know,
about spices and worms all the time.
For those of you that don't know, my day job, I'm a food safety scientist person. That's not really my title, but that's essentially what I am. So like that would just be bad.
Yeah, you're like, no, thank you. Jokes aside, that's
jokes aside. Please don't ever do this. Finished Murder on Cape Cod, 4.5 stars. Love it. Now I'm gonna start getting ready for bed. Good night. My book mentioned the black kites in Australia and that spread bushfires on purpose. Oh no. I spent a bit too long watching videos about them. Book related though. That's still research. Was able to read 41 pages during that sprint. Fantastic. Going to lay in bed and read before bed. Good night. Made it to 288 of 520 of Daughter of No World. Still loving it. Love that. That one is definitely my favorite of the I even of the trilogy. I mean, I haven't read the third one, but the first, like, I like the first one better than the second one. They're still really good. Brittany, I think this one might be a fan row that you will like.
Is this one that I should try?
I think so, because everything you didn't like about Serpent, I feel like happens. Like you are very much more connected to the characters in this one.
Yeah, because that was my problem with Serpent. Yeah.
Yeah. And this one is a like mentor romance.
Ooh.
Like a Padawan romance.
Okay. See, this is what happens. Okay, this is what happens with me. Everyone's like, "Oh, these fan rows are so good," and I get lulled in. I'm like, "Okay, I'll do it. I'll read it, y'all."
Brittany, when have I ever led you wrong?
I mean, I'm sure there has been a time.
Has there?
Nothing. Voices in the Snow. But that's more of a me thing.
That was out on a
book
limb.
thing. Yeah.
Like, truly, I don't like. If I was smart, that would not have been the first Darcy I would have given you.
That's fair. And I'm not a horror girly. So.
Exactly, which is why I shouldn't have given it to you. I shouldn't have given you like full craft.
That was more of a me thing than a book thing. Also, I think it was also an audiobook thing. I could not get over Angela Dawes doing that book.
I didn't love the audiobook for it.
Because Angela Dawes to me is only one specific character from one specific set of books, and I could not move forward.
So that's my problem with the Ashes of the Sun audiobook, is it is the person who does all of the Ruth Ware audiobooks.
See? Yep.
And like it takes me a good 100 pages before I'm like, okay, we are not reading a thriller.
I was like, why is one of my favorite characters from these sets of books running around in this castle with these people? Like it threw me off for a long time.
Yeah, no, it's funny how people get so set into, like, narrators get so set into
one specific
certain genres.
Yeah.
And it's just because they work with the same author over and over again. Like the person who does Ruth Ware. But like even some of the romance narrators are like that's all they do. And so then with like there's one guy who does a lot of very smutty adult romances who's one of the narrators in Fireborn.
So then you're like
obviously I did not connect that because I just read Flamefall and I have no idea what you're talking about.
He does a lot. He does more of the like KU type.
No, that's probably right.
But I had like probably just like read it. I don't know, it was just like it threw me off again, and I was like, this is so weird. So you know, that's a me thing though.
No, that was one of my main problems with Voices. I was like, why is this single mom running through this household? It's like, right, it's not her. Okay.
Especially when it's a first person POV.
Right, and they both are. So I was I was real struggling, y'all.
Exactly. Read a chapter of Lord of the Flies and then read half of Secrets of Nicholas Flamel novella. Nice. It's frustrating sometimes that there aren't times I can't get e-arcs to show up on my Kindle. That's frustrating. Like through NetGalley. Because you can also download the NetGalley Shelf app and read it that way. If you're sure, because sometimes they're just formatted funny.
Sometimes they're not available on Kindle too.
Yeah.
Sometimes that too. I usually won't request them if they aren't. 35% in my book. I'll catch up in Dune tomorrow. I need to reread the section with the housemaid now in Dune. It's been a couple of weeks since I read it. Finished Crime Time by Geneva Rose. Is this her new one? This is I think this might be the new one. They are the funniest couple on TikTok. Because it got to suspend disbelief, which you have to with like all of her books. But it was such a good time. 5 stars. Nice. Her husband is the one that they kind of went viral on TikTok because they would watch, I think it was first 50 Shades of Grey. Now they're doing Twilight. And every time it's a ridiculous moment, he like pauses it, stands up and like yells about something. And it's so funny. I only have 30 pages left of Tress. Was going to go to bed after that sprint, but I guess I'm staying up to finish the book. You got this. I think I read about 15 to 20 pages. I'm on page 149 of Wonderscape. Also, does anyone's Kindle randomly have a white screen and have to restart? Interesting. Maybe it's like the battery's dying? As a fellow Leo, tread carefully. Yeah. You know, we're fun. I may be an annoying teenager, but I try not to interrupt my mom when she's reading. No, it's fine. Just put the kiddo to bed. Might get to read soon. Nice. If not, thanks for the sprints. You know, sometimes it's just not a reading night. My hubby is a Leo and my son is an Aries and I'm a Sagittarius. Oh my.
Wipe the house.
No, thank you. That's not a household I want to step into.
Should we apply on the wall there?
Yeah, please. There's some interesting stuff going down in this house. Just the Leo and the Aries alone.
Right? My husband's an Aries.
Ooh, interesting.
I'm a Leo with a Scorpio rising, and he's an Aries with a Cancer rising, so that's what balances him out.
Yes, the Cancer will always balance it out. But a Leo with a Scorpio rising, holy crap!
Ooh,
I feel sorry.
What a combo!
But if he's
Amazing Readathon makes so much sense now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was like, okay,
yes, it does.
things are coming together.
One of those aha moments. We're like, oh, got you.
Yeah.
I mean, it balances out with my Pisces moon, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
Just water it down a little.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little bit. And then my sister is a Scorpio. Not Becca, but my other sister. I don't know what her rising is though. I guess the same thing. I was yelling at my computer. I swapped my guesses. That's fair. XOXO, which is the companion to ASIP, was my favorite book in December, so I just had to read it. Nice. There you go. See, that's what you got to do when you're coming out of a slump. Done some work in food science. Oh, the research side. Nice. Work at a university. There are ways to prepare worms safely. There are. I just don't think that it's really safe for them to be in your spices.
Yeah, just kind of hanging out.
You know, just crawling around.
How long have you had this paprika?
I think it's expired.
What are these little black specks in my salt?
It's gone. All that's in here is worms.
I was only able to get one chapter read, but I did read Eating the Alphabet, Dragon Stuffed Tacos, 2 Disney card stories, and my daughter read Very Hungry Caterpillar and Chicka Chicka Boom Boom. There you go. You read so much tonight.
That was so many books.
So many books. Make sure to put them all on Goodreads.
100%.
Yeah. That's...
I do have the Shelf app, and I have a Kindle Fire. Sometimes the Kindle Fire messes up. I've noticed because, like, I bought one of those, and I feel like it's the most useless piece of technology.
I have a Kindle Fire. It works. It's brand new though.
Oh, see, mine's several years old, so but yeah, it didn't work the way I wanted it to. I'm a Leo. My hubby is a Sagittarius, and our son is an Aries. We got all of the fire over here.
Yeah.
Just went to Amazon, found the exact email address connected to my Kindle, and may have simply temporarily solved the eARC issue. There you go.
I was going to ask if that was it.
Yeah, and those Kindle emails are like so random. They're just like,
they really are.
You think it would just be smart enough once you linked your Amazon account it would just send it to the right, figure it out for you.
Yeah, it's annoying. Usually have to hard reboot. Yeah, that's maybe if it's under a year, you may even be able to like connect with Amazon customer service, and like because it might still be under warranty.
And you may have an update that's not coming through when you
also that.
Yeah, that you might have to do from Amazon itself. So
yeah. All right. Well, our East Coast friends are probably going to leave us. So good night. Everybody is tagged down below, so you go check them out. We're gonna do one more 30-minute sprint. I'm gonna get ready for bed and said sprint. But I know that you guys still have pages to read. So good night, Leandra. Good night, Brittany.
Bye.
Good night.
Are you guys staying?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can stay.
Alrighty. Well then
I
I
gotta
will.
finish doing pages.
Right. All right. I'll see you in 30 minutes.
All right. Awesome.
Hello, welcome back. Hey, I read a chapter of At First Bite since I had already done my Dune pages, and made a thumbnail for tomorrow's video.
Nice and productive.
Nice and productive.
Yes.
So,
I got to page 121, so I've only got like 10 pages left. 10 to 17 pages left, something like that. If I've done the math right.
there you go.
So, yeah.
I was chatting a bit, so I still have like 35 pages left, but I'm like right into chapter 14 in the audiobook, and it's like picking up.
I know, right? Like those last couple chapters when Brittany's like, I have 2 chapters left. I was like, but you're at the good part.
Yeah, like the whole thing with like Jessica and the secret.
And the secret.
I don't want to give too much away in case other people are reading it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I now know what the suit is that you're talking about.
Yes.
So, yeah. Because I was confused. I'm like, I don't remember reading that. But now there's been an explanation. So I'm good. I now know what it is.
I now
so,
know what's going on.
I'm good now.
She just briefly mentions it at the beginning. She just says it like completely out of context. Like she's just
I
meeting
feel like he's
Jessica.
done that a couple of times for like a couple different things where I'm like, oh, I bet that's like it just like seems like an offhand comment, and I'm sure that like later on
It was
it'll
a
come
really
up.
awkward place like in the audiobook because she was like, oh, and I didn't even have to wear my seal suit. Ha, and I'm not dead. And then like Jessica's like, okay, well,
You're like, that's nice. And you're like, oh, I get it now. I get it.
It makes so much more sense because, yeah.
Right. Just spent over an hour journaling with a butterfly sitting on my hand. Oh, that's cool. Tried to get my best to get it to drink some sugar water since it was weak. Didn't read or go to bed. Got sidetracked on YouTube. A mood. Read 30 more pages. Almost finished the Nicholas Flamel.
Did she say she's gonna watch Cell? Okay,
yes,
because I want to watch it too, but I didn't know if we were gonna like have to, or if we were gonna buddy watch it or not with Carissa. So if you're gonna watch it, I'm gonna watch it.
There you go. Well, that is going to be it for us tonight because it is my bedtime because my alarm goes off at 5 o'clock in the morning.
My bio clock used to go off at 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's been all out of whack lately. Like, I'm lucky if I get up before 8.
Right.
I need to fix it. I'm going to try to go to bed early tonight, too.
I drive almost an hour to work every day, but it's less if I go before rush hour.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go into the office at 7 instead of 9, the drive is better. And driving in traffic is the most annoying thing in the world.
Yeah. And evidently my sleep schedule's all buggered up because I was awake while
at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you're awake in my morning. I was all
Coda's like, wait, hang on, what are you awake?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I'm just over here awake.
Yeah. Read 35 pages of Wonderscape. Very nice. Read 35 pages of Love and Treason. Supposed to be more historical fiction with a hint of romance and Christian fiction. More like Christian romance, preachy vibes. Oh no. That doesn't sound like a great time. No. I think this is for you, Koda.
Oh, tonight? I mean, how long is it?
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, guys.
No worries.
I think Brittany does sprints. Brittany will have sprints tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Tuesday tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I follow on from Brittany.
And you follow from Brittany's. There we go. We just have a whole nother day of streaming.
We get to read Trauma tomorrow.
Oh, The Color Purple. Oh, last week I was like, I'm like throwing up.
It's hard content, but it's such a well-written, compelling book. Yeah. Like it's hard to put it down at the same time.
Right.
And it proves that you don't have to be a wordy author to have such an impactful book.
Yeah.
On so many generations. Like
right. Like that's like we're talking about classics. Like that is
Yeah.
We have to appreciate the stylistic approach too. Like just like not only is the character development in the prose, it's literally a part of the writing with the misspellings and everything.
Yes, it's definitely a journey, and I'm so glad we broke it up.
Yeah, if you tried to read that like all at one time, that would be like
except for I have to go back and like read the last like paragraph every time we go back to it because it's been a whole week, and I'm like, what the hell happened last week?
I'm good.
Well, it doesn't take long. I'm like,
No.
that's great.
Yeah.
That's right.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us, and we will see you next time. Bye.
Yeah. Have a good night.